stupid headrests out of the way. You had all day to do an upload. You don't get to do an upload now. You're gonna shoot a fucking video. As soon as I figure out how to balance your dumbass. I need to find my other one. This is ridiculous. How do I get this camera set up, guys? Sorry, y'all. The GoPro's just not wanting to cooperate today. Oh, the camera's cooperating, but the stupid gooseneck gravity's being a harsh mistress. Ugh. I'll take it. You gotta take it. What a mess. Alright, set up my other station here. Why is it not working? Camera should be working. Why do you keep asking me if I want to upgrade and subscribe when I already have a subscription? GoPro is so stupid. Their developers are stupid. Let me just log in with my active subscription. Oh, would you like a subscription? I swear, it's just like you log into a phone app and the first thing they want to do is ask you to rate their app. You know what? I rated your app last year and it was good. Ellie, you keep asking me to re-rate your apps, I'm just going to give you 1 star for bothering me. If I have a problem, I'll let you know what's going on. So we got a 2023 Subaru Crosstrek evaporator. Widescreen blow. Let's get her going. Got it. Connected. Go live. All right, that's finally working. All right, so if you don't like the vertical, we now have the widescreen going on the main channel. It's on a GoPro. Someone's asking if we're going to go for a ride. No. We're going to fix something. We fix cars on this channel. That's enough of that dinging. Yeah, I might need that later on. All right, so to pull this evaporator core, I got to pull the dash out. Good times. Make sure I got my AC evacuated. Feels pretty evacuated to me. And did want to run my revalidate this test. Somebody told me that this core was leaking. So before I waste half my day, if not the rest of my day, pulling out this evaporator core, I'm going to double check that really quick. So I'm going to inject some CO2 into the system. And I'm going to get my leak detector going on this. Ugh. Oh, didn't mean to touch that. All right, so this is a R744 or short-term R7 leak detector, also known as a CO2, carbon dioxide, not carbon monoxide. Carbon dioxide leak detector. Yes, carbon dioxide is used in some AC systems. Now, when you work in the automotive field and you have a really, really big AC leak, where you can't find it with your automotive leak detector for 134A, R22, or 1234AF, it can get really, really expensive to keep charging up the system with this automotive grade Freon, like 1234YF. That stuff's anywhere between $150 to $200 a pound, depending on the volume in which you purchase it. Okay? So, how do you get around that? This has a huge grotesque leak. This is a 1 pound system of 1234AF. So that means that, and it loses 75% of its charge every time it gets charged up. So that means that the 3 times that the other people have been recharging this system, it means that every time that the technician has been charging the system, trying to leak check it with the automotive leak detector, the shop's been losing like $75. Just throwing money out the window. If you got a huge leak, how are you going to find a leak? So that's why I like to purge the system of the 1234YF or 134A, and I'll put in CO2. Now, my CO2 supply is on a 20-gallon tank that's regulated that is a 20-gallon tank that has 1,000 psi, and it's regulated down to 125 psi, and it's constantly coming in. It's a constant supply. That's what I want. And we're going to put this on the floor vents. How do you do these stupid modes? All right, turn knobs. There we go. So this CO2 leak detector, very, very sensitive. I mean, just me talking is going to set it off, okay? Because we expel CO2 out of our lungs after we inhale all the nitrogen and oxygen. So I'm blowing the air on the vents. I got to be very careful not to be breathing, even talking in the direction of the sensor. My AC fan is not turning on. How come that's not turning on? There we go. Okay. Yes, it detected something, so you got to take the sensor away. Okay. It doesn't sense anything anymore. It goes through recalibration. We're going to walk it back down. That's it. CO2 leak. This is an expensive setup to get into. You're looking at about $300 for a CO2 leak detector. You're looking at another $200 to get a 20 pound CO2 tank, another $100 in a regulator, and another couple $100 and hose adapters to go to 134A and 1234YF. A lot of money. What did I say there? 300, 200, that's 500 plus a regulator assembly, another $100, some hoses. You know, all in all with tax, I probably got about $800-900 into this. That's a lot of money. That's my personal money. That's not the shop money. The shop doesn't believe in this technology. Okay? They think that they can still diagnose their systems efficiently and accurately with fucking dye and traditional leak detectors. Well, let me give you an education here. 134A, yes, you can use dye. 1234YF, there's no dye on the market for that PAG oil. Okay? They don't want you using dye because it screws around with the other components. There's a lot of different components between 134A and 1234YF, so they don't want you using dye. So you have to rely very heavily on your AC sniffer. Now your AC sniffers, they range from really good to really not so good. The ones that are on the tool trucks, they're all not really so good. They're very mid-grade to low-grade. You want a good 1234YF leak detector? $800 for 1234YF and 134A. I'm not kidding you, like $800. I'd rather invest in this setup. It's more versatile. I can use this setup. I can use it on exhaust systems. I can use it on intake manifold systems. I can use it on a plethora of systems. Okay? Anything that'll hold air pressure. I got regulators that'll go all the way down to 1 psi, so I can use it on an evap system or a gas tank. So, yeah. I find AC leaks, especially in the evaporator core, 100% accurately in less than 10 minutes. Guys will be farting on these cars for half a day, charging them up, vacuuming them down, doing this and doing that. This is technology. Now, warning. You're going to hear a couple of warnings about this. One, J standards. They say the J standard for this system does not allow CO2. You can damage components. Yeah, that's if you turn the car on and you turn the compressor on. So don't turn the compressor on. You can charge the system up and then you can vacuum out CO2. That's fine. All right? That's completely fine. The air that we're breathing right now is is like 80% nitrogen. Then you got like 8% oxygen, and we got carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and other things that make up like that last 20%. All right. So when your AC system gets unplugged, let's say somebody's going to do some work. Let's say they pull the engine out, the AC system's open to atmosphere. There's like 15% carbon dioxide in the atmosphere at all times. You see, as long as you know what you're doing, it's okay. I know what I'm doing. It's like just like the people who have liquid nitrogen, okay? The shit that freezes stuff instantly. But what do? They say like, oh, I can stick my hand in this liquid nitrogen and I won't freeze. Well, yeah, I won't freeze because they know that as long as they stick their hand in there and they pull it out within a certain amount of time, it'll be okay because all the off-gassing around their hand is going to keep them protected for until all that off-gassing is done. Smart. It's fucking science. Science, folks. And this is not a kid channel, so I swear a lot. It's a science channel. All right. Gonna need me a zippy gun. Check. 10 and a 12 millimeter. Check. This type of nasty assembly over here too. This is one of these nasty evap cores that's integrated with our heater core. Yeah, the heater core and the evap core, they share the same housing box, so I have to pull a whole housing box. And in order to get that housing box, I'm gonna have to drain the engine coolant. Close. Sorry if I'm going to be a bit of a loss for words. I am, I guess I need to have a cup of caffeine or something. Kind of a busy morning. A lot of paperwork. Figuring out what's going on. You missed it on Saturday. We had 2 STIs that were here. Just trouble cars. One of them is fixed. It's doing really good now. The other one is not so fixed, and it needs more money. What can I say? Except for the fact that you're the third owner of a 100,000 mile STI. I don't care how clean it looks. You're the third owner of a 100,000 mile STI. You don't know what that previous owner did to that car. I know what that previous owner did to that car. I can guarantee you. I was like, just by looking at the Carfax, I can tell you exactly what's been going on with those cars. And they have identical history. First owner drove the car for 25,000 miles, traded it in. Why? Because he got a quote for brakes and he didn't realize how expensive STI brakes were, so he traded it in for another STI. He put the responsibility of the brakes on somebody else. If you don't know, STI brakes are stupid expensive. $700 a rotor, plus another couple $100 in brake pads. You do not machine those rotors. So you just do the math. 4 wheels, 2 front and rear pads. That's expensive. And the majority of people driving STIs don't have that kind of cash on hand. Then the second guy gets it, and he goes, ooh wee, I got me a cheap STI. At least he thinks. He gets him some Hawkeye brake pads and rotors, thinks he got away cheap, and he decides he's going to make an autocross car. And he autocrosses that car into the ground. That's exactly what they did. And they modified it, and I can see all the modifications on there. Where the hell's our coolant flush machine? Where's the coolant flush machine? There it is. Oh, it's buried behind all this equipment. That was nice. Yeah. You Tetris this fucking equipment together. Fucking idiots. Alright. Coming through. There's kitty litter on the ground. I hate it when there's kitty litter on the ground. People never sweep it up. They just leave a pile of kitty litter on the ground. Alright, so I gotta vacuum out our coolant. It's the fastest way to do it. I got a vacuum machine. I'm gonna be going through the service hose connection on the throttle body. There is a coolant line there. There's also a PCV line there, so don't get it confused. Now I'm going to vacuum this all down. I should get about 1.5 gallons out of this system. There, it's coming now. All right, good. We're at the 1 gallon mark. Almost got it all out of the system. That's it. Plug her back up. Now when I go to refill this coolant system, I am going to be going through the actual fill port on the radiator. But Right there, that's how you drain all the coolant out of the system super fast. That's why we buy expensive tools, so that way we can do repairs faster. Otherwise, I'd be waiting 10, 20 minutes for that system to completely drain out. And I don't got time for that. Pliers. Do I want a pair of pliers? Hell yeah, I want a pair of pliers. Trim clip tool? Yes. Alright, I feel good with the tools that I have right now. Let's throw everything on the ground. Sure. Steering wheel's gotta get it. Alright, I gotta disengage my airbag system. That's what I want to do. Straighten the steering wheel out. That looks good. I got 2 airbags I'll be disconnecting, so I'm definitely going to want to turn off or disconnect my car battery. By the time I get to the point where I have to disconnect the airbags, everything will be safely disenergized. Yeah, when working on airbag systems, the rule of thumb is to have the battery disconnected for 10 minutes. I brought pliers in here, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Good. This cabin's gonna get warm too. Yeah, the windshield's gonna be my catch-all. That's a weird screw. But it is. It's gonna be a big AC week. After this, well, it's gonna be an AC and an engine week. So after this, I got 2 engines to pull. Then after those 2 engines to pull, I got to do a complete overhaul of an AC system. That car is getting new hoses, new condenser, new evap car, new evap core, because that AC compressor grenaded. You see, what happened was when I do an inspection of your vehicle and I say, when was the last time you had your AC system vacuumed down and you had the Freon level properly checked and had the system recharged? That person was like, well, how much is that? And I said, well, it's going to cost you about $300. It's a lot of labor. You know, we're looking at 2 hours just with the AC machine, but I'll replace all your AC O-ring fittings. You'll get new compressor oil. It's great stuff. The person was very, very interested. Then the spouse was very confrontational and thought it was just like, oh, well, you know, my Ford Ranger never had to have that. Where's your Ford Ranger now? Oh, I had to trade it in. Yeah, okay. And then he proceeded to just come by every other week saying how no other shop around this area would even think of offering such a service. And they went online and all their friends made fun of him because he didn't know that that was such a stupid service. And 3 months later, his AC compressors doesn't work. Brings it back to us. And I says, well, yeah, your compressor's seized. Remember when I told you your air felt kind of warm and we should do something about that? And you made fun of us? Well, now you need thousands of dollars worth of work. Out of a 900 gram system, there was like 200 grams holding that system together. I don't even know how that system was even cooling with 200 grams. But it thought it was. We're just moving seats forwards and backwards. Oh, there goes my GoPro camera. Not really happy with the GoPro camera today. This is one of those fun ones where I gotta move the seats forward to get all these bolts out of the center console. Water. All right. So now I'll be able to pull the center console back, which I think this part comes up first. Yep. Let me take all your hair bands there, sweetheart. All right. Disconnected. Whew. Handbrake, get out of the way. Ugh. There we go. So that can come back now. Oh. That comes apart. It should just come up like that. Yep. I'm going to put that knob back on because that is a sharp piece of metal. See anything yellow? Airbag. Don't mess with airbag stuff unless your battery's been disconnected for 10 minutes and is still disconnected. And this job needs to be done today. So what are we at? About 12:40 Central Standard Time. Had my slow start, had my early lunch. If I stay on it, we'll get her done. Seem to always find a way to hurt myself before I do some sort of big interior job, you know? I don't understand it. Started working out again. I'm doing good. Not doing weights. I'm not doing weights yet. I'll be hitting weights in a few weeks. Right now I'm doing a lot of body strength exercises, a lot of cardio. Trying to help my body remember that what it's like to work it out again. Because if I go straight into just lifting weights, in my personal opinion, as a previous personal trainer, getting into a workout program, the first 6 to 8 weeks needs to be nothing but body movements, body weight exercises, cardio. So that way you can build up all of your stabilizer muscles and you build up your endurance. So that way when you do go to the free weight section and you start hitting the bench, you can be more effective at doing it, and you'll have less risk of injury. You'll make better results. And I see personal trainers now at the gyms, especially the gym I'm going to right now. And I'm seeing like first term people. They got them going straight to kettlebells, and I'm like, oh no, that person's gonna get hurt, and they're gonna hate you. And they're not gonna want to come back. But that's just me. I hate it when they shortchange these radials to make it hard to get to the connectors. Then all your plugs are upside down. Yeah, so what I got going right now, I got a lot of training that I'm doing with BOSU balls, yoga balls, a lot of jump rope, a lot of jump rope. I'm a big believer that jump rope is one of the hardest exercises to train up. Because I had to do a lot of personal training for people in the military, and I'd always get these people who were in decent shape, but they just couldn't pass their military physical standard tests. They had to do them like every year, and they would just bitch and moan about how it's just a poorly done system, and the whole system's against them. And I was like, I don't know what your point is. I says, but like 95% of the rest of the military doesn't have a problem passing these tests. Just the people like you with a really bad attitude. Just because you look fit doesn't mean you are fit. So for all those military people that came in with that kind of attitude and didn't want to take advantage of my program, because my program was a way out, was like a redemption program. So if you stuck with the program for 8 weeks, then you got a retest and you didn't get written up. But I always let them know. I says, oh well, if you think you're so good, you can just clip out of this. And they go, clip? Like college class clip? I says, hell yeah. You can clip out right now if you're ready. I says, there's an alternate test. And I'll go right to your commander and tell them that you're in the best shape of your life. And the military test, I said, I'll stand up for everything you said because you are in peak physical fitness. They're going to be like, what do I got to do? I give them a jump rope. I says, you have to the end of the day to jump rope for 5 minutes straight without passing out. I'll tell you what, if you've never actually like jump rope with like a speed rope, a rookie, even like you could take somebody who's really, really good at running or somebody who's really good at working out, like they're in really, really great shape, bodybuilders. It's just the jump rope is a really good kind of humble yourself exercise. I think the longest a first timer ever made it was 30 seconds. 30 seconds, just any pace they want. They can double hop, they can single hop, they can jog in place. I don't care how they do it. I'm just like 5 minutes, nonstop. Let's go. Never had anybody make it anywhere close to 60 seconds. Not even myself. I'm reevaluating myself. And I barely made it past 20 seconds Saturday. Or on Sunday. I barely made it past 20 seconds on Sunday. I've had people pass out. Trying to like fight through it. They're like, I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna get it. And I know like if you stumble, like if you miss a step and you stumble, you gotta reset. I'll give you a reset. I give you one reset like every minute. Because no one's perfect. It's a very big humbling thing. I enjoy it very thoroughly. But I've had people pass out. They're just trying to fight through it. They're gritting their teeth. They're fighting. And all of a sudden, I'll be like, you're going to pass out. Oh, no, I got it. You need a breather. You're going to pass out. I got it. They pass out. Then they got EMT standing over them. They're like, you want to go through the 8-week crash course on how to exercise correctly? Let's get it done. So pretty much I taught an exercise program that pretty much I taught the test. I taught the military test. It's a test that's designed around stamina. You get so many people who just get hung up on what their bench press is and what their squat numbers are and how much they can curl. They forget at the end of the day all the military really cared about was how many sit-ups you can do in a minute, how many push-ups you could do in a minute, and how far you can run. That is it. But good success rate. Never had a repeat failure. Everybody always passed their examination. And they didn't just squeak by. I mean, like, they really, really did pass it. Like, achieving numbers like they've never achieved before. Get all these goofy gadgets out of this car. This dash is definitely going to be giving me less of a hard time than the other dash that we did last week. Excuse me, tired. Yeah, much easier time than the other one. And that's just because Subaru kind of figured out their flaws with the other dash between that one and this one. So now the sneaky sun sensors that are scattered on the front of the dash, they're not connected to the main harness anymore. They have their own independent harnesses, which is awesome. So no more having to reroute wires or lose routing of wires. I did play a buttload of Mario Kart this weekend. Haven't played that game in a couple of years, so I was really happy to get back into it. I forgot how much I liked it. Mario Kart was always a huge game to play when you were deployed. I mean, we had a so I think where I was at, and when I was bouncing between Africa, Korea, and Afghanistan, like I was traveling with a GameCube and 3 copies of Mario Kart for that. Why 3 copies? Because every time I got my hands on one cheap, I'd buy it because we would like the discs would just not read anymore for some reason. It was interesting because eventually I was on a Mario Kart forum and there was a Nintendo of America employee there and they were like they've never heard of this, like somebody burning out a disc. And I said, "Send us your next one. Like we'll send you a brand new copy, but we've never heard of it." Okay. I was like, "Well, I have like 3 dead ones right now." Because it wasn't like they were scratched or anything, they just stopped reading. And sure enough, a few weeks later, they sent me some new ones, and they were like, "We've never seen this before." I'm like, well, it's like these controllers, or else these games never leave never leaves this console. I mean, like we just played until it dies. You're talking about a GameCube getting played for like 8 hours a day, 365 days of year. Like, because if you weren't working, eating, or working out, you were playing Mario Kart. And if you're wondering, we'll wait till I get to the car. If you're wondering how people could just compulsively play a game for so long, I'm like, well, like we were rotating. It's not like we were playing it 8 hours straight. There's at any given time about 15 people. It's just rotating in. But I mean, look at the people who can just play those other silly games like PUBG and Fortnite all day, every day. To each their own, I say. But yep, I got the old Nintendo Switchy. Yeah. And I finally decided to upgrade from the basic switch to the OLED switch, the OLED. I can't believe I put that off for so long. That is a night and day difference in the way that video games look on that screen. I am really happy with the OLED. I mean, there's really no other huge differences in the OLED other than maybe, what was it? They doubled the internal memory, but if you got a Switch, then you probably got a 1 terabit SD card in the back or something similar. I think mine has like a 512 gig. What else? They say the speakers are a little bit better, and they are. Screen's a little bit bigger, and it is. But no difference in graphics or CPU speed. I mean, all that stayed the same. But yeah, it's like going. I've never played video games on an OLED screen before, so I didn't know what I was really gonna get, like how much I was gonna react to it. It was a big difference. I gotta admit it. I gotta admit it. Very big difference. I mean, the resolution didn't change. It was the same resolution, but because that black scale was a true black, everything looked different. I mean, it was the equivalent of going from, think of it like getting your first like TV with HDMI input on it. Like you've just been using composite jacks your whole life, and you finally get your first HD TV. You're like, whoa. That's kind of what it was like for me. So Saturday, I missed my workout day because I was just binging for about 4 hours straight playing Mario Kart online. I was kicking ass for the first couple hours until I got my score back up into like I think I'm in like the 8,000s now. Yeah, that game's changed in the last couple of years since I played online. So I got to rethink all my Mario Kart strategy. There's like there's like 90 maps now that I gotta read about. I was watching one guy's YouTube channel. I think his channel's called Go-Kart with a C. Yeah, nice guy, good breakdown on everything, very quick and to the point. And yeah, there's a lot of playing of the statistics in that game. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I pretty much the way that it came off was like it just made me look like somebody who just been winging it and getting lucky. But I started putting some of his strategies into place, and I go, that does make a difference. So like there was one group of people I was with playing, and they randomly select you with people. So I was with this random group of people playing worldwide. Sorry. So I was playing worldwide with a group of people, and I could not get above fourth place. Like, couldn't get the strategy. Like, I would get like the couple of times that I did hold first, I get knocked back so fast and so hard. It was aggressive. But then this guy's channel, he had strategies for kind of getting out of the middle of the group and how to survive and not get knocked back so much. And it made sense. So basically, I fell back a couple more positions, but trying not to let the the first and second place cars get so much time on me. But by falling back in position a couple of cars to where I'm in like the last group, so if I'm in the last group of people, that gave me much better equipment for getting up to the front. So that's where you would get your bullet bills, your piranhas, lightning bolts, blue shell. So you fall back to get better equipment, and then you use your natural driving skills to pace ahead. And then you use that super rare equipment that only the people far in the back would get. And I was like, really cool strategy. So yeah, I fell back like 3 car lengths, and I was in 9th place. I got a bullet bill and a star, and then I made up all my time by tracking in the corners. I got up to 5th place, used my 2 items. I'm like, holy crap, I'm 2nd. That's just how fast that game can turn around. I never played much notice to my mini-map, but I started learning how to look at the mini-map better and see when somebody launched a blue shell at me. So if you're running first and you see a blue shell, you fall back and you let somebody else take the lead. And that blue shell will automatically just lock on to the new blue place person. So that blue shell just blows right by me, and I go, wow, that shit worked. And then I overtake them. I don't get to play my games too much on the big screen TV. I always play on the handheld. That's why I sprung for the OLED. Generally, by the time I'm winding down by the end of the day, I only get to play my games in bed for about 30-40 minutes. Or maybe I'm just chilling at my computer. I'll knock a little bit of game out there. Need a 17. But a game I do got to get back into because I stopped playing because I really just was getting my ass handed to me, and I couldn't figure out a new strategy to get any further. But it's a game that I love. I really do love, because I always tell people, I'm like, if you like beat 'em up games, or you like Devil May Cry style games with really good strategy and story in them, Hades. I got the burps, I don't know why. Hades, hand down. Play Hades. I mean, if there's like an Adventure Island game, it'd be Hades. And what got me into Hades was, it is the first game in a very long time that captivated me that wasn't online play. You see, all these games now, they're going community based, online gaming. And you know what? Sometimes it's just nice to play a game by yourself. I don't want to play a game with a raiding party. I don't have to find people online. I just want to do it myself. So I was really, really attracted to Hades. And what I like about not only do I like that it's a roguelike game, okay, because I love roguelike games, but after you beat the game, it unlocks a new storytelling challenge. So you handicap yourself and it unlocks more story and you keep beating the game, but you're still getting new story dialogue. It's those people really thought it out, and I don't think we'll ever get another game like that in a very, very long time. People don't make video games like that anymore. They really don't. But Hades is a game that you can beat. You can beat the game the first play round. Everything you need is there to beat it because all you need is an understanding of how the mechanics of the game work. There's nothing super cryptic about it. Kind of like the original Dead Souls, all right? Dead Souls 1, how people would spend hours and hours and hours, like 30, 40 hours, you know, getting through that game. And then all of a sudden you see people playing it with no weapon upgrades, no armor upgrades, no spell upgrades, because the mechanics, the core mechanics of the game was all you really needed to understand. And that's how Hades is. It's a game that relies on you understanding its core mechanics. Every button you press is deliberate. If you're a button masher, you're gonna have to learn how not to be a button masher. And normally video game stories don't hold my interest that well. Usually I just kind of get bored with them, or they're just so cliche I just don't care about them. But this one was good. Like, I actively pursued all the side quests. The story is dope. The voice acting is amazing. It's good. It's good. But yeah, so I gotta get an extension. So yeah, so I got in my Hades playthrough, I have all the amulets unlocked. I have all the amulets at their maximum ability. I have all the weapons unlocked with most of them fully upgraded. I think I'm on burn playthrough, like there's like hell playthrough. So like every time you beat the game on a different level, or you beat the game on a different threshold of playing, it gives you like an infernal level. So like I'm on an infernal 12. And it goes up to like 30, I think. But it's been good to me. The game's been good to me. So I got to get back into that, but I got to find me a YouTube channel that'll teach me some techniques, some survival techniques, where I can hone my skills in a little bit better. I read in one group, and this is kind of where I drifted off the game because I was learning how to replay with a different controller grip, but they were all saying that, you know, to get past Inferno 10, you're going to have to stop relying on the analog stick and you're going to have to rely on the D-pad, so that way you can get more precise controls. And that was breaking my mind. My thumb kept wanting to go back to the analog stick, but I understood what they were talking about. Because those milliseconds that it takes to transition an analog stick around, when you're playing a fighting game, a D-pad is always going to win. You know, shorter stick throw, so to say. I'm gonna need a pick. One person even went as far as they completely overhauled their controller, and they got an 8-bit DOE, like arcade style cabinet controller. That was pretty wild, and he's on like Infernal 25. But I got to figure out how to do the Twitch thing, because I'd start like to just sharing with y'all my casual gameplays. I don't play any of these crazy new games that everybody's hooked on. I'm usually always behind the curve, and I find some nichey stuff, and it all really depends on what kind of mood I'm in. So like one of my favorite games that I'm working on right now on the Switch, because I got really good on PC, but PC has a lot of ways to train yourself. It's Brotato. Big fan of the game Brotato, but it is on your iPad, your Android, and your iPhone. Don't buy it there. Do not give them any money. Fuck them. I wrote them a big old piece of hate mail. But basically, the developer team sold the game rights to the mobile market to make a game, and it plays like frickin' Fortnite, where they want you to put money into the game as you play, and it just keeps bothering you. Think of it, I don't know, it's like, this is kind of dating myself, but like Plants vs. Zombies, amazing game. Amazing game. We all love Plants vs. Zombies. The first one, okay? The first one. Not that Call of Duty one. That's for all you millennials. You Gen Z, whatever you're calling yourself now. Your XYZ, Triple X. No. Original Plant vs. Zombie. It was made by PopCap Entertainment. It was like $8. Amazing game. The same people who made Peggle. Great game. Well, anyhow, a sequel was announced. And when they were working on the sequel, Electronic Arts was like, man, this is a game company that made a lot of money. We should buy them and run it into the ground, because that's all Electronic Arts does. Electronic Entertainment. That's all they do, is they buy up these companies that make really good games, and then they say, let's make the same game, but let's make it a cash grab and ruin it. Kind of like how Disney's doing that with Marvel. They were like, oh, it worked really good for Star Wars. The audience people are stupid, and they'll watch any kind of crummy movie we make, it's just as long as it says Star Wars. Let's do it with Marvel. So that's how Electronic Arts is. They buy games, they turn them into cash grabs, and then the fans go, what the hell is happening? So, the second zombie game came out. Plants vs. Zombies 2 came out, and it was free. And it was free because it was full of microtransactions. The game, no matter how good you were, the AI would scale the hardness of the game up. So the game would cheat against you to make you buy power-ups. Is that not lame or what? Now, you could naturally acquire power-ups by doing all these you could do all these little stupid tasks, but it defeated the purpose of the game. It took you away from the story of the game. And it sucked. So they went with the Candy Crush model. I was so mad. So I really hate anybody who was part of the PopCap development team and facilitated that. I hate you all. Kind of like how I hate this this job that I'm doing right here. How are you expecting me to pull the dash over those things? And you're supposed to have a disconnect right here for my stencils, but you don't. There we go. Yay! There we go. My airbag connector, I didn't disconnect it. Why do they keep doing this? I swear, if it's other people that I want to wish harm to, it's the people who design automotive airbag connectors. Folks, why can you not agree on one terminal disconnect style? Okay? Everyone has to have their own flavor of connector that is a mystery. You're like, oh, like which tab do I have to press on first? Like they have, if you thought the child safety locks on pill bottles could get annoying, do airbag connectors across 4 manufacturers, across 3 generations of vehicle design. That gets aggravating. Most of them I've learned how to defeat by just using a pick and a screwdriver. I don't even mess with the tabs anymore. Because I can just look at it and go, oh, you want me to lift up on this tab and pull this tab and then release it with with the 8 fingers that I don't have conveniently right now? Sure, yeah, let me just jam a pick in there and make it work. Okay, I got one more connector. Oh, the 12-volt outlet plug. Still got those, huh? Can't believe we're still doing 12-volt outlet plugs. I mean, Ford technically got rid of their 12-volt outlet plugs. They're all USB-C now. Alright. Something's got to... Oh, yeah. Just a little push pin. I'm going to go one step further. I normally don't do this, but I'm going to do it on this. Am I going to... I don't want to scratch these controls up, so I'm going to take this controller grip off. See? This is another airbag clip, but it's a different style. Just jam a screwdriver, defeat all the locks. Nope. Not even gonna pretend. This will all come up off one piece. Ta-da! Do not spin. Stay. Now do you want to come out? Yes, you want to come out now. Great. I'm going to take it out that way. Catch on the stick shift. All right. What? Another clip? What? Where? Oh. Oh, wow. Couldn't even see it. This would require a pair of pliers. That was tucked way up in there, wasn't it? Okay. I gave you the freedom to leave. Go away. Okay. That goes to my radio. Crash beam's got to come out of the way now. So, start getting all these clips done. Gonna be some secret 10 mils all around this place. And lots of stupid wire routing. Lots of one-way clips. We love one-way. I think I'm gonna need a T40 to get these sides down. Yep. Somebody says, can't see the job with the chat on the screen. I don't know if I can change that. Yeah. So, yeah, sorry for that inconvenience, but that's why I offer you the GoPro. Just go to the main channel, and then there's no chat on the screen there. And the one game that I'm really, really excited to start playing again, that I haven't played in a long time, is I'm going to get me some Dark Souls going again. I really do like Dark Souls. It's just a good punishing game. Didn't care too much for the second and the third one, but the first one, amazing. Kind of think the second and the third one, I played them through a little bit, but I just lost interest. I wasn't as captivated as I was with the first one. I think Dark Souls 1 is a game that we will never see anything like it ever again. There's few games like that in life. Like Fez. Oh, Fez. Fez. That is another game too. Yeah, you'll never see another game made like that either. I think Fez is probably one of my favorite platformer puzzle games ever. Like the guy who was making it was a solo build. He was the sound designer, the level designer, the engineer. Solo build. The game drove him insane. It took him like 8 years to make. Because every time he got halfway through it, like the game engine that he was designing would just get another up. He would like figure out ways how to make the game engine better, and he's like, well, now I got to overhaul my whole game. Can't imagine what that would feel like. Kind of be like building an engine and then all of a sudden being like, oh, I just learned something. I got to tear it all back down and do it this way now. What hidden AC stuff is on this side? There's a hidden 10 mil. Yeah, but if none of y'all saw, I run two feeds. So you get a vertical feed that grabs your attention, and if you want a full widescreen HD feed, just go to the channel, you can see it. Okay, there's the last one right there. Tightening, I want you to loosen. Alright, we're good. I think I'm ready to get these two 12s out of here. But where is my 12 millimeter? That's my 17, it's my bottle of water. That's my 10. I don't know why that 12 walked away. Oh, because I put it on an extension. Duh. Ah. Uh-oh. That one went into the abyss. I can see it. If I get a magnet, I can get it. Oh, that's way down in there. There it is. Alright, I should be ready to rock and roll now, huh? Might need a hammer to get this going. Oh, got some bulkhead plugs over here. Fair enough. There we go. Now, more BS manufacturer one-way clips. Yeah, I really don't understand why they do that. It's how you get rattles in your car, you know. Ow. You gotta be observant when taking some of these bolts out. Some of them are holding down grounds, so you want to make sure those grounds get put back in there. Here's just the rest clips. More one-way clips. Come on. Where you at? Thank you. This harness is nothing but one-way clips. Cars are designed to go together. They don't care how they come apart. It's the sad truth of it all. That's why you got bolts in stupid spots. You know how this all goes in? All right, when they're building your car at the factory, there's no carpet, there's no seats, there's no trim, there's no doors. There's no doors on the car. Okay? Your dash, your bulkhead harness, and your HVAC unit, it all goes in one shot. Then some dude walking on the assembly line knocks it all out in about 30 seconds. And then to take it apart, it takes like 6 hours, according to the book. I'm going to want this, maybe these, and this over there. Okay, another kick panel. Really don't want to move this too much. Hi. Thank you. That'll be good. I got this. I'm curious. I got mail from Brooklyn. Oh! Got me a bob. Nice. This is from a channel, Bob the Bender. He's a content creator out of Houston. Waiting on the sticker. Boop. So his whole gimmick is he's got a little pointy stick that he calls Bob. Go put that up on my toolbox right now. Alright, I think it's time to glove up and get me a swinging stick. So basically, these crash beams is just full of razor sharp metal, unfinished metal. You can hurt yourself. Make sure you're wearing some thick gloves. Don't wear those vinyl gloves. Get some leather gloves. And get your swinging stick. I'm going to use that to just kind of shock it loose. Oh. I guess had an ADHD moment and I started working these loose, but then I never took them out. Whoops. Well, let's just get those out of here really quick. Out. There you go. Just a little general hang up. Everything is pretty feisty in here. Just gotta make sure. Nope. No hidden bolts on my heater core anymore, so it should. There we go. Just needed one more good pull. That driver's side end is going to be a little bit on the feisty side because I elected not to take down all those clips because they're assholes clips. They're asshole clips. Yes. It wants the BIU. Let me see if it'll just let me. Let me see if it'll let me just drop the whole box instead of tearing down the whole box. That'll be really cool. See how it feels about that. Okay, give me a little extra wiggle room. Kind of, yeah. This antenna wire being a little bit of a booger, but not a problem. I should let this come out. Okay, we got a temp sensor. It's really integrated in here. Temp sensor on the blower box, or I call it the HVAC housing. When you got these integrated heater core and condenser or evaporator core modules, I just call them the HVAC module, or the sometimes people call it the HVAC engine. I don't know why. But housing, if you say HVAC housing, I know what you're talking about. It means you got an integrated assembly and it's ruining your day or your week, depending on the car you're working on. Oh, nice. You should be free. You should be free. I got a lot of free stuff happening here. This thing should be ready to up and come. Here we go. There's some heavy hang up on this side. What is it? Oh, it's a big ass connector. Connector that's gonna need like a one-way clip that might need like a blowtorch to teach it a lesson. This is what we would refer to as the asshole one-way clip. She's about the size of a butt plug, and it's doing a lot of limiting on the movement. I don't like it. The feistiness in this one. Well, normally I take apart this whole corner, but I wanted to see how truly essential it is to unplug everything. I'm trying to discover a shortcut. Because if I can save 20-30 minutes messing around with this corner, that'd be amazing. Because in my mind, there's enough harness slack and it's really just being inhibited by the shortcomings of this clip here. You should have plenty to work with here, sunshine. Oh, that was another big boy clip. Oh, how much more room? Not getting more room. There we go. That's the kind of room I'm talking about there. Hell yeah. So I basically just unbolted the BIU and took the big clips off the huge bulkhead harness on the loom from the bar so I could just roll it out of the way. This will be more than enough to rip that out. And just think, if you had to do a blower motor, or the housing for the blower motor, like this whole cage, you're doing the same task. Because this whole thing is interconnected. Piece of junk, huh? Alright. Just gonna give my iPhone a little bit of juice. Battery's at 34%. Make sure my cameras didn't. Yeah, the screens are tilted, but I'm not wasting any time fixing it. Okay, I gotta get my heater core hoses disconnected. Yay! Oh. What is it hung up on? Like a wire or something? You got a wire? Oh, drain tube. Okay. Come here, little doggy. There we go. All right. Come on. Here's our new housing. Time to tear apart the old one. Got the blower motor disconnected. This evap cover off. No! Oh, really? One-way clips? No. I think it's my nemesis is the one-way clip. Just to get the evap port out of this HVAC housing, I do have to take the heater core out. No way around it. Then they put all these stupid little screws on the evap core half, but you still, after you got all the stupid little screws out, you still have to defeat these plastic one-way clips. I'm like, just make up your mind. Is it screws or plastic clips? You know what happens when you put a whole bunch of one-way clips on a housing box that shouldn't have to come apart? You get broken clips. And I don't like broken clips. We're gonna make that work. Let's get to work. You put one-way clips underneath the servo motors? Oh, you were just asking for this thing not to go back together right. That's not nice. That's really not nice. How the hell? Now I need a 4mm hex. Who is the mean engineer that likes to combine number 2 Phillips and 4mm hex? Who is this guy? This guy like must have been abused by his professor or something. That's just uncalled for. There we go. Oh, it wants me to hurt it. And there's like no cars in the garage today. It's so creepy. Alright, she's coming apart now. Right, she's feisty. All these one-way clips. There we go. There you go, that's it. Oh yeah, that's a big leak. Yeah, right on the core support. Okay. So I don't want to lose the orientation how that went in, so I'll lay that there. I got to prep this one for installation. So they give you a new neck right here, but you can't install it with this on. You have to take this off. I'll tell you what, the Germans would be proud of this engineering. That's the new one I'm going to use. Got to transfer over my temp sensor. It's on rail 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 7, and out up there. Yeah. It's important you put this back exactly where it goes. Don't guess. If you get it too high, your evaporator core freezes over. You get it too low, it cycles too often and you don't get cold air. It's kind of hard to see on camera, but I can see it with my eyes. I can see where the leak was happening right here from this core support. Terrific, 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 terrific. Come on, little guy. I'm not feeling patient right now. I just want you to try to get her to clip together. Eh? It's being oddly feisty. It's being too feisty. Too feisty. There you go. You got a groove, go lay in your groove. And stay in your groove, okay? Because nobody likes it when you play rough. Ugh. Whew. No, don't fall apart. We almost had it. We were so close to being friends. Come on. We're friends. You're not playing nice. No, you can't. Don't. No, I didn't ask you to come apart. That's not good. There we go. You're not supposed to come apart. So. What the hell? Did I just go colorblind all of a sudden? I don't understand. Okay, let's try that again. It's gonna be round 4 or 5 with this thing. The problem is the way that I have to hold one piece and attach another piece. They're just not wanting to agree with each other. Okay, that alignment pin's good, alignment pin's good, alignment pin good, but it's still not going together. Okay. Oh, oh, the one-way clips are engaging. Some of them are. Yeah, are you ready to be screwed together? I think it is. I think it's ready for the old screws. Ouch. Check. Well, I don't really like how... Stupid one-way clip. Someone's got to get an ass beating. And it's going to start with the person who designed this box. Oh, Cornwell's here today. Yeah, I don't need anything from the old cornhole guy. Alright, a couple more screws and we'll be ready to get this housing back into the car. So exciting. Damn plastic cut me. What I would do for a clean workbench right now, I swear. All my workbenches are cluttered with things that were taken apart and need parts. So I'm doing this on the ground like a big dummy. I'd say that sprocket better be keyed, because I forgot to mark it. Usually when you're tearing down these HVAC housings, it is a really smart idea to mark the orientation of every servo motor for the blend door and every sprocket that comes off. Really common mistake, because you go to put them back together and then everything's jammed. Again, remember folks, the stuff's designed to go together. They don't care about it coming apart. They really don't. Like, they come up with the instructions on how to take things apart after they build the car. There we go. Get in there, girl. You're going home. Whoa! Is that a keyhole? Trying to get the orientation for this last component figured out. Again, something that I didn't leave a breadcrumb trail on. I just, like an idiot, took it apart. So now I'm like, does it go here? Does it go there? Oh, oh, hey. Hey, oh, hey. Yep, I figured it out. There is a key. There's a key. There's a keyway. I got it. I feel smart. I feel very smart. Chick. This guy. Come here. Blower motor, come here, you. Whoa! Easy there. You want to go together. How? You have a hinge side. There you are. There we go. Oh. I need you. There you go, just like that. Fantastic. No. Yay! It's all one piece again. Ugh. Coolant. God damn it. I hate coolant. Oops. Forgot to put that on. You're gonna need this. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Ah, gotta wash this coolant off my hands. It's annoying. It makes everything sticky. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's try it the correct orientation. Yeah, like that. All right. Ugh. There. Get my line hookups. I'm going to admit. Oh, there you go. I'm going to omit doing the line hookups for the time being, as there is nothing supporting this currently, so I need to get it braced temporarily. I'm going to loosely install the 3 main bolts holding this housing in place. I swear there was one over here. Maybe not. Alright, let me get it over there then. Or do I just roll the crash beam in? I think I'll just roll the crash beam in. Because the crash beam has 1, 2, 3, 4 points that have to be centered up with the blower housing. What's happening over here? Good. Gotta go to my driver's side. It's a little crooked. What are we at? 3 o'clock? Going on 3 o'clock Central Standard. 2:45 Central Standard Time. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. If I get, like, see this thing blowing some cold air in the next couple hours, that'd be a big plus. Sorry. Should have muted that one. Parking brake is in the way. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. That feels good. That feels better. Very nice. Okay. Oh no! Don't fall, don't fall. The housing has alignment pins for the crash beam, and that's amazing to know that. It's just gonna make my job much more fun. Okay, good clicks. Good click. Okay. And see, that's on point. That's good. How about the other one? The other one is a little bit off. Oh. Ah, that's better. Okay, good. Yay! Gloves off. I ask you, you still want to work on cars for a living? You don't see this crap on the Discovery Channel, do you? All those people with their fancy hot rods? Psh, no way. No way could they do this. Are you kidding me? Did one of those... I didn't check my clips. If you were here for the last pull, I said check your clips before you put this damn crash beam in. Otherwise, your bolts won't go in. You'll be pulling your beam out again, wasting a lot of time. So here we are, wasting time. There we go. See, it's this dumb thing right there. Was it like an 8mm? Alright, so the idea of these things is one of the sides of your crash beam is going to have them. But as you're tightening your bolt, this will go through, and when your bolt tightens, it starts pulling this spacer out and it adjusts the gap. You want to make sure that they're working, because sometimes during the bolt extraction they can get a little twit. If they get run all the way down, there's a little clip that holds them in place that's designed like that for. Where's that T40 at? There it is. So we're going to do our 2 side bolts, then we're going to do our 2 mid bolts and our HVAC, make sure everything's straightened up before we go any further. Because if our alignments on all that stuff is off, no point in proceeding, because then our dash won't go in. It'll all be for nothing. And I don't like doing anything for nothing. this bolt has a ground that passes through it. I told you, keep track of all that stuff. Alright. How much is this costing? Well, let's see here. It's about 9 hours of labor at $189 an hour plus a $300 part and $300 worth of Freon. So a lot of money, folks. Uh-oh. Reconnected. All right. That's cool. All right. We're doing pretty good. We're 3 hours into it. Probably got another 2 hours for the work. All right. I'm going to get my AC machine going. I'm going to verify I don't have any leaks before I go any further. It's an infrared sensor, so if you bump it, you can make false readings. This also makes a really good bullshit detector. Somebody talking. Ah, beeps. That's why I gotta be really careful with getting it around your mouth because it'll pick up stuff. Alright, we're good to charge it up. Oh man, a bearing for my steering column popped out. Damn it. Just another problem. There's a little carrier bearing that rides on the steering shaft down to the steering rack, and it keeps everything stable. I'll worry about it after I get everything else done. I'll fix that offline. Make sure you get all your blend doors plugged in, or they will be really fun to plug in with the dash attached. Trust me. Oh no, the bullshitters are coming over here. I don't want them over here. Check, check, and check. Check. Check and check, 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 check. Check. And those are double checked. Okay. Ready to pull these down. And let's bring in the dash.
want you to fit. Come on, you. There you go. Let's try that dash idea again. Come on, you. Yay. Soft fit looks good. Still a little bit chunky over here. Maybe could be lying on a plug or something. There we go.
I'm gonna go over there and do the same thing. getting on my nerves. You can shrink it, people. There we go. Come here, you. No. Trying to get this little wire clip to go into the dash so I don't come back. It doesn't want to make a rattle. She's got a rattle. Come on, pliers. There we go. There we go. Yes, got it. Where's the forward trim? My leg, you're hurting my leg, you're hurting my leg. Thank you. If you ever went into a repair facility and you're like, hey, all my little trinkets got thrown on the ground, or maybe they're sitting in my glove box for some weird reason, it's because of this. Ugh. Oh, that side isn't even. That fell out. They call those a J-nut. Looks good. Gotta put my radio goes in first. Alright, 12 volts plugged in. Alright. 12-volt power is plugged in. These are USB cables, by the way, even though, look at that. Proprietary crap. Come on, you. I regret unplugging you. I know. I just would like you to be nice. Oh, they're keyed. Oh, that's great. Oh, look at it. There you go. Yeah, see, it goes in. Again. Let's get the radio now. This jumper wire. Okie dokie. No more cables. Uh-oh. Huh. Oh, GoPro's out of batteries. Didn't see that one happening. Oh, we're getting close to the end. Oh, come on. I didn't want to put you in there yet. Don't be mean. There's a plug under here. There we go. All right, get that locked. Have an armrest now, yay. Some steering column trim here. .4:15 Central Standard Time. Doing really good here. All right. Lots of progress made. Yeah, we're doing a evap core on a 2024 Crosstrek. You guys are kind of late to the party, but you get to see all the post checks. Already pulled the dash, already pulled the crash beam. Kind of just getting all the itty bitty trim back together now. Just getting my butt kicked by a bunch of interior work today. You would think that doing interior work all day wouldn't make you stinky, but I stink. I stink a lot. Glove box, grill. Yeah, put this on there. Alright, center console is completed. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Boom. This. What the shenanigan? I'm trying to get this duck on here. I swear the assembly of this passenger side ducking is just stupid. Everything on the driver's side snaps together. Everything on the passenger side, though, let me repeat that. Everything on the driver's side has alignment pins and snaps in place. Everything on the passenger side has no alignment pins and has to be screwed together. Does it look like two people designed this? Oh, yes, it does. Two very stupid people. Come on, you. Plug in the airbag this time. There we go. So this job, how long ago did we start it?
About 4 hours ago. So we might just come under warranty time. I'm hoping we beat warranty time. Right after this, I got a warranty engine to pull for cam carrier reseal. Then I got another warranty evap core, freaking extended warranty. Not happy. Not happy at all. Both those customers are mean, rude. Why is my car gotta do this? I don't know. Your car has 90,000 miles on it. It's almost 10 years old. It'll do a lot of things. Why is my car leaking oil? You don't get oil changes. And you're lucky that powertrain's gonna take care of your engine. When's it gonna be done? After the 3 other cars I finish. Why can't somebody else work on my car? You're free to ask people. But I'm pretty sure nobody's going to want to do a warranty evap core or a warranty engine. You can ask them. Because you see, customers, if you would make your shops pay the technicians a regular salary, then people would just do whatever work was given to them. Because they wouldn't care about how they get paid. But when you change my pay scale based on if it's warranty or if it's customer pay, capitalism, what can I say? Capitalism puts bread on the table. Am I greedy? Yeah, I'm greedy. that's how my economy is. My economy encourages me to be greedy. So don't get mad. Alright, technicians and mechanics of my knowledge and skill level, we shouldn't even be playing this flag pay game. We should automatically be enrolled into a salary position so we can just get your cars out faster because we're being taken care of. But I'm going to tell you, you're never going to find a shop that does that. Because it's easier to make us beg for work. See, if I was doing this for a customer pay, this might be like a 9 or a 10 hour job. But since it's warranty, it's going to be like 4.5 hours. And because I'm exclusively working on this car all day, well, for the better half of it, for the better part of an afternoon, I'm missing out on all types of other work. Could be doing brakes, a tune-up, maybe a service. But, yeah, there it is. I knew there was another one loitering around here somewhere. Whoa. That's why there's so many help wanted ads out for technicians. Because technicians are just honestly just getting fed up with working for peanuts. I mean, they're like, oh, we'll hire you for $23 an hour starting. Cool. And then next thing you know, you're working 50, 60-hour weeks, but the work that you got to do is this, which pays 5 hours, and it might take you the better part of a day, depending on how many special tools you have, how familiar you are with this vehicle. Maybe you even know how to figure it out to repair it. You know, because warranty doesn't pay you to diagnose. The shop's not going to pay you to diagnose. They're just going to expect you to know. Customer comes in and says, oh, I got no AC. All right. Where do you begin? How long does it take? If it took you 2.5 hours to figure out that this thing had a leaking evaporator core, well, the warranty's not going to pay you for that 2.5 hours. They're just going to pay you to replace the evaporator core. So you see can you understand the technician's incentive? And maybe you might say, well, that's their fault for taking the job. That's their fault for wanting to be a mechanic. You shouldn't shame anybody for what work they want to do. Okay? I really like working on cars. Yeah, I like how happy people get when they finally say, "Oh, you figured it out." I've been all over town trying to get people to figure out my problem. And I go, "Yep, I did it." That's what keeps me going in this biz. As soon as somebody shames me for not working fast or not knowing how something functions so I can diagnose it properly, I'll just tell them to kick rocks.
You can take that attitude somewhere else. Okay. Tools there, key here, check. One more kick panel. Go get my AC machine. Turn this puppy on. Ooh. I did not hook this corner up correctly. By not hook this up, I mean the bulkhead harness. Alright, all good now. I mean, nowadays, being a mechanic, it's like the level of frustration and multitasking skills that you have to have, because the amount of frustration you have to put up with, the multitasking skills that are required is just through the roof, astronomical. Whatever exaggerated adverb you want to use, or adjective you want to use. But to give you an idea of what a day could be, just to give you kind of like an idea of what it's like for a working at a mega shop, dealership, pretty much anywhere where there's just a lot of stuff. Not your little 1-2 stall mom and pop shops, but this is a 20 bay shop, so I consider that big. Go buy the little 70s game Perfection, okay? It's still out there. Go buy that. All right? And then try and play a game of Perfection while answering Jeopardy questions and having somebody nag in your ear about how slow you are. It's like that. Okay, that's just diagnosing. Now you got to rebuild an engine with the same thing. So play the game of operation. You're trying to build an engine, and somebody wants to come around going, "Hey, can you look at this customer's car real quick?" No, I can't. My hands are greasy. I'm working on an engine. Well, nobody else wants to look at it. That fucking sucks. That sounds like a manager problem, not a mechanic problem. Most of the time, why nobody wants to look at it is because the advisor didn't write it up correctly, because they have limited to no experience writing up tickets. So they did a really, really bad interview, and the technicians don't want to talk to the advisor because they've already been talking to him enough previously over the last few days or weeks or months, trying to tell them that they need to do better customer interviews, because as a mechanic, we're sick and tired of asking you to ask simple questions When did the problem start? That's a pretty good one to ask. How often does it make it? Did you go out there with the customer and see the concern they're talking about? That helps. I mean, obviously, if you got to go on if it's something that only happens while driving, I don't expect you to go on a test drive. But if it's something you can do on the service drive, like, hey, my controls don't work correctly when I try to use my Bluetooth, I do expect you to go out there and look at it. All right, need an AC machine. Let's see if I can find an AC machine. Ooh. I think I got one. Excuse me, folks. You were the only path through. And kick that aside. Thank you very much. Can you pull the oil bin out? Thank you very much. Damn it. Why does he pull these cars so far forward? Our shop is poorly built. I can barely get service machines to where I need them to go. So I'm actually going around the building with an AC machine. Which AC machines do not like going on rough terrain, especially these new ones, because that's how they, especially these 1234YF, because they have very sensitive scales in them. So when Boss Man goes, how come I got to pay another $600 to have the scales repaired? This is one of those reasons. So you built your shop incorrectly. All the stall posts, they're like 12 inches apart, so you can't fit any machines or any service equipment from one side of the shop to the other. So you'll have to take them outside. I've only seen a couple of shops that were built correctly, where you could move service machines from one side of the shop to the other side of the shop, and they had beautiful in-ground floor lifts, no posts. I hate two-post lifts. I like having in-ground lifts, so that way if I'm doing interior, I can pull the car in, I can open up all the doors. You don't have to worry about doors getting dings or buffs in them. But that was a Mercedes shop, and while I would have been happy to work on Mercedes, they were not happy to pay me what I thought I was worth. Well, it's not what I thought I was worth, it's what I know I'm worth. Them jokers wanted to pay me $33. Wanted to pay me $33 an hour. And I was like, no. Like, that was what I was making 5 years ago. Like, not taking a pay cut like that. Alright.
Let me get my rapid refill going. And in about 10 minutes, we're going to know if we got cold air. Fine. Woo-wee. No, I'm not going to move my camera. Very sorry. I got to stay working. So you just get to hear me talk a little bit until I can come back. Got coolant on me. Enough of that noise. battery. Get our battery hooked up. Ooh, hazard lights are on. Ooh. Old man groans. That's what I got today. Okay. That there, that there. I'm leaving my airbag off my steering column because I might have to remove the steering column. Let's check out chat. Hey, 209 people in here. Good job. David says finishing up heater core replacement at the moment. Yeah, I'm doing an evaporator core, but I do have to pull the heater core out. What do you think about Too Fast, Too Furious? What do I think about EcoBoost 2-liter engine from the Ford Mondeo MK4? Listen, all I can tell you is that anything EcoBoost, they're asking a lot out of a little tiny engine, and their minimum service requirements from the manufacturer is a bunch of BS. They're telling people that they can go 7,000 miles on oil changes. That's crap. They're telling people that it has lifetime engine coolant in there. That's crap. There's just if you cut all those, if you're changing your engine oil every 3,000 and 4,000 miles, and you're doing a coolant flush at 60,000 miles, replacing plugs at 60,000 miles, replacing PCV at 60,000 miles, they're good engines. But they don't teach their customers that because customers are hooked on the selling point of buying a vehicle with the cheapest maintenance plan on it. That is the new marketing gimmick that's been out for the last 15 years. Buy this car because this car, I'm not pointing at this car, but they just do this in general. Buy this car because it only costs $1,000 over 10 years to maintain, which is with the understanding that you're literally going to dump that car off at the junkyard at 100,000 miles. If you want to buy a car and you want to drive it until it rots out from underneath you, you have to be smarter. You can't listen to what the manufacturer is saying. You're going to have to be flushing your brake fluid. You're going to have to be changing transmission fluid. You're going to have to be changing differential fluid. That lifetime fluid is a gimmick. It's a marketing scheme, and they're doing it just to get you into a car and convince you that your car needs no maintenance whatsoever. Because here's the thing on the lifetime fluid, okay? Let's say you go out and you buy a new 2025 Ford, and they say the transmission has lifetime fluid in it. Well, that's lifetime for the powertrain, okay? You have to look at the fine print. Look at the fine print, because not even the sales agent or the general manager or even the president of the company knows this. But you got to read that really fine print, and it says the fluid is lifetime for the warranty of the product. So if you have a 5-year, 60,000 mile powertrain on that transmission, that is the life of the fluid. Okay? Because when the product breaks, you get new fluid. Does that make sense? So if you buy an extended warranty with your new car, and now it has 10-year, 100,000 miles on it, guess what? Your lifetime fluid is now rated for 100,000 miles. Isn't it magic? Isn't that magic? Almost bought us here. Brandon says almost bought a Subaru this year. Mazda was looking tasty though. Hey, you know, you buy what makes you happy. That's the important thing. Do you have any advice for squeaking windows when they roll up and roll down? Yeah. You want to get some 409 cleaner and run it up and down the window channels to break up all the dirt and stuff that's been getting dirt and grime that's been getting in your run channels. Don't worry about the chemicals pooling up in your door panel because in the there's actual weep holes in the door for all that stuff to run out. So you just got to clean it. If it's really, really bad, then you might actually have to replace the actual rubber in the run channels. Brad says, that's a lot of work to change a cabin air filter. Yeah, I've heard that joke. Yep, that is a really common symptom. If you have a heater core leak, the off-gassing of the glycol will go up the defroster and it'll get on your front windshield. And yes, you'll smell coolant. Yeah, I wish this job was easy money. This is actually a warranty gig. So I'm actually kind of getting robbed on money. I think warranty is only going to pay about 4.5 hours to do this. All right, so we're going through the charge process right now. Ooh, see that? That's a good sign right there. So my pressure didn't go above 70. I like it. Usually if you still have a leak in a system after you do a charge, they go up to 100. Where are my temp gauges at? Kind of all over the place right now today. Last week was super busy, so I haven't had time to actually been cleaning up properly after myself. Working 7 to 7 every day. Charge, baby, charge, charge. It's at 445 grams. I need 525. Looks like this is done. That's good. Now, somebody once asked, why do I have a no cell phone sticker? Well, that's just because the shops that I've worked at before, they like trying to use my personal cell phone. They like calling me on my personal cell phone as a pager system, and they don't want to go through the appropriate channels for anything. So they'll text me and call me, and I don't like it because it makes me stop working. So there's a few people that I'll pick up for. Like I'll tell them, I says, hey, if you text me, if I respond, I respond. If I don't, it's probably because I'm busy. Nothing personal. But I'll always respond as soon as I get home. I'll give them all the answers to their text messages, or if they get a missed call, I'll call them after they go home, and I'll say, hey, I got a missed call from you. What's up? And they go, well, I want to know something at about 2 o'clock about this and this. Like, we're 20 feet apart. You could have walked over and talked to me. I get paid to work on cars. I don't get paid to answer telephones. And I bought this telephone. I pay for the minutes on it, so I'm technically not obligated to pick it up during work hours, if you catch my drift. So I said, if you want to buy a phone for me, then I guess I would be obligated to answer it, wouldn't I? It frustrates them. But you should all do the same thing. Don't let them use your personal phone that you buy, maintain, and pay for the service plan. Don't let your employer do that. Okay, we're not in gear. Check. Yeah. Scooch the seat up a little bit. Sorry, no, we don't want your noise. So it's like the worst car feature in the world. Radios that turn on automatically, no matter how much. You turn down the volume, or if you turn down the volume, or if you have them off when you got done driving them, they'll always revert back to playing music again. I absolutely hate it. All right, here comes the cold air. That's some good cold air coming in. Nice. Now, break-in procedure for this, replacing a major component on an AC system, you should always let the car idle for 10 minutes at 15 to 2000 RPM. And that's just to make sure that the oil doesn't pool up somewhere. Because too many times people put in a major component like an AC compressor, a condenser, or an evaporator core, and they're like, yay, it works, and they shut it off and they go park it for the customer to get it, and then the customer goes, hey, it's not working correctly. All right, folks. Beautiful cold air. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for talking to each other in chat and keeping each other company. Y'all have a wonderful day.